Good afternoon. Thank you for joining me. It's Saturday, October 26, 2024, around 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. Today we're going to be playing a Deadbolt Mystery Society box called Witch Hunt. Fairly recent. You might remember that I have almost every box that the Deadbolt Mystery Society has made prior to this year when I let my subscription lapse, just because I've now got several dozen boxes that we haven't, that are backlogged. But we've played about maybe 20, 25 of the boxes from this company, and they do align with my tastes. They're sort of adult serial killer story puzzle. They're escape room puzzle games, but they tend to be of fairly consistent quality with some good writing, and it's sort of like a Stephen King world, a little bit predictable, a little bit supernatural, a little bit just bad people. This box, Witch Hunt, was sent to me by a viewer, Staci. So we weren't planning on playing it in our October marathon of games, but Staci took the trouble to send it to me after playing it. So I thought we'd try to sneak it in. Last night, we spent 5 hours playing a fan-made game for Bureau of Investigation that I really enjoyed, called Ferocious. And tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m., we'll be playing a fan-made case for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective called Witches in South Bend. So we're going to sneak a game in this afternoon as well and make this sort of a marathon weekend, our last gasp before Halloween, when we'll play Never House in the evening of Halloween as our finale game. Okay, let's check in with the chat, make sure I'm actually live and haven't been talking to myself for 15 minutes. Looks like we are live. Everyone's here. Yes, thanks to Staci who sent this. Okay, YouTube says 18 concurrent viewers, 4 likes. So we don't normally stream on a Saturday afternoon. This will take us several hours to play. Those of you who are, seems like we've got two groups of people that join me for playthroughs. We've got the late night in American time people, or at least East Coast people time. Those are the people that join me for like 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. And then we have the weekend daytime people. And normally I only stream on Sunday when we do our mail-based games. And those are usually like 1-hour sessions. So this will be a longer than usual session here. Now, the other thing I need to say is that Staci sent this box and said, not one of my favorite boxes. So I think expectations should be fairly low for this experience. But that's okay. We're here to spend time together, enjoy each other's companies, and play a spooky themed game. As long as it doesn't result in an Angels and Airwaves experience, which we had on Tuesday, where we got really frustrated by a different company's game. But Deadbolt Mystery Society tends to be much more consistent. Okay, let's see what we've got. Let's open up the box. A reminder that these are mystery games. You can only play through them once, then you understand the mystery and the story. So if you think you might want to play this game yourself, you might want to stop watching now. The Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes retail for about $30 when they first come out. Most of the time you can get them used, although there's some destruction of contents, for about $15. There are enough subscribers that the used copies are floating around. And this is one of the newer boxes, which means there will be some online components to this, other than an encrypted PDF. All right, so let's just get out all our materials. Looks like we've got a wristband in some sort of code. Already I can see this does not look like it's going to be a normal substitution cipher. And the reason I say that is because of all the double letters. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's ending in, well, I take it back. These two aren't the same. These ending two letters. Neither are these. Neither are these. Only one set of double. Okay, so I thought we had too many doubles for it to be a regular substitution cipher. But now I'm not sure. All right, what have we got? Crime scene report. Normally there's a little, so here's a little card that is not part of the game, just a collector's card. Let's empty out the contents. All right, so we've got a sticker and a card that we ignore, not part of the game, but we're looking for our introduction there. Let's start there. Beginning brief. You are Father Michael O'Rourke, a priest at St. James Catholic Church. You have been approached by Detective Frank Hastings of the Valley Falls Police Department to consult on a particularly strange case. Your conversation with Detective Hastings goes as follows. Father Michael, man, am I glad to see you. I need your help. I know your history, and I know you're the guy for the job. I also know you've done a bit of consulting with VFPD, which is why I'm here. You, as well as anyone, are aware of how weird and messed up this town is. The chief is considering adding a supernatural crimes department, and you're at the top of the list to be part of it, if this case goes well. I'm always willing to help, you offer non-committally. Great, Hastings says, clapping you on the shoulder. How much do you know about witches? More than I'd like to admit, you confess. I've had encounters with a few of them. Perfect. We've got a dead woman who was found hanging from a rope in her garage. Nothing weird about that, right? Well, the details are where it gets strange. The lady's name is Sarah Elizabeth Jacobs. She's a wife, a member of the local gardening club, an avid patron of the Valley Falls Library, the organist for the First Presbyterian Church of Valley Falls, and a volunteer at the local animal shelter, a regular Girl Scout. By all accounts, she's a happy person, never seemed suicidal to those who knew her best. Did she leave a suicide note, you ask? I'm guessing she didn't kill herself. Hastings touches his temple and smiles. I knew I picked the right person for this job. There was a letter pinned to her chest that ties in the witch angle. Here's what it said. Thou shalt suffer a witch to live. This one is but the first I've identified as in league with the devil. I will expose the others and any who aid them in the coming days. The note is simply signed, Witchfinder. Witchfinder? You say, how puritanical of our killer. Well, if you say so, Hastings replies. There are some other things found at the crime scene that I'd like you to look at, along with a club bracelet found on the victim's wrist. Obviously, this witchfinder intends to kill others, if you go by the note. And I think the things left on or near the body may offer up some clues about who is next on the list. Start by taking a look at what's in the crime scene report and the rest of the evidence to see what you make of it all. The killer also left a message painted on the concrete floor of the garage. You have to determine what it all means. Okay, so we've got a very cool setup because, first of all, there's a little hint that this could be supernatural elements in this game, which Deadbolt Mystery Society does quite a bit of, but part of the reason why I like the system is that you never quite know, are you dealing with supernatural or someone who just believes in the supernatural? Sometimes it's a little ambiguous. But what's more interesting here is we've got a killer of a woman, and the killer is accusing her of being a witch and saying he's going to hunt down and kill the witches. So the question is this woman really a witch? Is she evil? Or do we just have a serial killer who's lost his mind? Unknown. Okay, and that little bracelet was on her wrist, and otherwise we've got things in the crime scene. Okay, and we're sort of a priest. So he suggested we start with the crime scene report. Pretty cool. Okay, here is our victim, Sarah Elizabeth Jacobs. Caucasian, 5'3", 32 years of age, lives on Ulrich Road. And here she is, I guess. Victim was found hanging in the garage by a strand of red double-braided nylon rope. Color of the rope is a lead to follow. Also, another thing to take note of is the fact that there was no chair beneath the victim or anything they might have stood on to facilitate their own hanging. The victim also could not have hoisted herself into the air. All signs point to murder. A note was pinned to the victim's chest, image of note with the following handwritten message: Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. This one is but the first I have identified as in league with the devil. I will expose the others and any who aid them in the coming days. Signed, Witchfinder. Facts about the victim: she's married to Marcus Jacobs, a local contractor. Always suspect the husband. Most of the time it is the husband who's killed the wife. Has he killed her and trying to frame this on some crazed killer? She's a member of Valley Falls Gardening Club, the Late Bloomers. She's an avid patron of the Valley Falls Library. She's an organist for the First Presbyterian Church of Valley Falls and a volunteer at the local animal shelter. And here is Sarah Elizabeth Jacobs, conspicuously pretty. All right. Evaluation of Marcus Jacobs. Here's the husband. Husband is in complete shock. If he's acting, the performance is Oscar-worthy. Seems to be genuinely devastated by his wife's death. He insists this wasn't suicide, claims that Sarah was a happy, fulfilled person who lived life to the fullest. No known enemies he can think of. He also was certain Sarah wasn't dabbling in witchcraft and gave us complete access to the entire house. We didn't turn up anything to indicate any interest in the occult. One thing of note that he did mention, however, is that Sarah was an avid reader of books about witches. Anne Rice was her favorite author, and her signed copies of the Mayfair Witches trilogy were among her most prized possessions. She was also a huge fan of The Wizard of Oz and Wicked. The witch connection is tenuous at best, and these details are circumstantial and could apply to 1 million housewives across the country, none of which are actually in league with the devil. Okay, there's the husband who's broken up about this. Next, we have this little harlot. What's happening here? Margot Hendrick, president of the Late Bloomers Gardening Club. Really? Is this what the gardeners look like at the gardening clubs? Does that match your experience? Interview with Margot Hendrick, president of the Late Bloomers Gardening Club. Okay. Sarah had no enemies that I can think of. She was the sweetest person, wouldn't harm a fly. Who would do something like this to her? I bet poor Marcus is just in pieces. The two of them were deeply in love. Sarah always lit up when talking about her husband. She was also very passionate about her herb garden. She loved rosemary and mint. Those were two herbs she was adept at growing. She also tried her hand at growing valerian root because she often had trouble sleeping. This is my number one suspect right here. If you had to pick a suspect based just on looks, this is probably your girl here. All right. Here is Henrietta Goss, the librarian. Interview with Henrietta Goss, librarian at the Valley Falls Public Library. Oh my word, poor dear Sarah, why would anyone harm her? I didn't know her extremely well, but she came in every week like clockwork. Do you think the books she checked out are important? I'm sorry, I can't give you that information. I take my job here very seriously. I already have a disciplinary notice in my file for putting back the latest Stephen King so I could take it home myself and read it before the patrons got their grubby little hands on it. I can't risk it. Now, Ruth Jennings, or the warden, as we refer to her around here, will have my head if she found out. Now, I'm pretty sure Ruth won't be back from her doctor's appointment for another 30 minutes or so, and I'm about to go out back for a smoke break. While I'm gone, I forbid you from looking at anything in our system. You understand? Do not look at anything while I walk away from this desk and stay in the lounge for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, classic situation where the person wants to help us, can't break the rules, so they leave us alone with the case files. All right, so we're going to get to look at who checked out the books, or what books she checked out. All right, we still got a couple more suspects here. Here we have this scary looking fellow, Ronald Meredith, the pastor of the First Presbyterian Church of Valley Falls. This is terrible. I have been praying ever since I heard the news about Sarah. She was a light in our little community. She will be missed. I've never heard a single ill word spoken about her. She was our organist, you know, played beautifully enough to make the angels weep. Feel free to look through her things at the organ. I don't think there's anything there that will help you, but you're welcome to check. About all she has here is her iPad. I'm pretty sure it just has her sheet music stored on it, but you can look at it and see if there's anything else. All right, this guy looks like a reasonable suspect, to be honest, with those black eyes. Okay, what have we got here? Another member of the gardening club, no doubt. Annie Mason, manager of the Little Orphans Animal Shelter. Sarah didn't kill herself. Something was going on with her. She was the nicest person, but she was also really upset about something over the past couple days. She volunteered here a couple times a month. She brought her cat in yesterday and asked if she could keep him here temporarily. She said they were treating their house for pests, and she didn't want to risk harming the cat. Of course, I said yes. I've called her husband to come and pick it up. When I told him why I was here, he was confused. He said he didn't know anything about getting the house sprayed. So Sarah lied about leaving the cat here for some reason. It may not connect to her death in any way. I don't see how it could, but the cat is in the back if you want to take a look at him. He has a tag, but it's written in runes. I don't remember the cat's name, but I do remember that it's weird. If you know how to read runes, you might be able to figure it out. If so, you're doing better than we are. I don't think we needed to know the name since Sarah was only leaving him here for a day or so. The cat has runes, and our victim had runes. And she lied about having her house sprayed for pests. Now that is interesting. Why would she lie about that? And we've got some additional notes here. Victim has a strange mark on her inner thigh that looks like a pair of lips. Coroner has determined that this is a birthmark. Which symbols are provided below for reference on the case? 3, there is one hardware store in town that sells the kind of rope Sarah was murdered with. We should check it out and see if they have sold any lately. I know the owner of Tough Guy Hardware very well from numerous investigations that have taken me there. His name is Benny Miller. He's kind of rough around the edges, but generally a good guy. He and I sort of have a running contest going about who knows more about tools. He says he does. I say I do. Last time he helped me, he gave me a question to answer. He said he wouldn't help me again until I answered it. Here is what we'll need to be prepared to answer. A little bit of a puzzle here. A man walks into a hardware store and sees exactly what he's looking for. He says, "How much for 1?" The cashier says 10 cents. The man asks, "How much for 9?" The cashier replies, 10 cents. The man asks, "How much for 50?" The cashier replies, 20 cents. The man asks, "How much for 99?" The cashier replies, 20 cents. The man asks what it would cost to buy 100. The cashier says 30 cents. The man asks how much for 990. The cashier replies 30 cents. If you're interested in buying 81,320, you are interested in buying 81,320, assume your payment has to include at least 1 quarter, dime, nickel, and penny, and no more than 5 of any one coin. How many of each in the order mentioned here would you hand the cashier to cover the cost? Okay, that's an interesting little puzzle for us. We'll deal with that later. Lastly, on our document here, we have some witch symbols. The god, the goddess, the pentacle, the pentagram, air, fire, earth, water, triqueta, a Celtic knot, the goddess, and wheel of the year. Okay. Do those in any way match up with these? Not that I can see, really. Okay. So we'll want to work on this at some point. These are puzzle games if you're not experienced to that, if you're not used to that, since we play a lot of just pure deduction games. This is just a box of puzzles with a narrative. So we'll have to figure this out. This looks to me like, if I had to guess, that it's sold in different box sizes. So one box has, let's say, 50 in it. So that costs you 10 cents, maybe paper clips or something. So you can get from 1 to 50 for 10 cents. And then, or 1 to 49, and then 50 to 98 or something for 20 cents. Then you'd have to buy, or yeah, then you'd have to buy 3 boxes, but it doesn't quite work because, yeah, then 100 costs you 30 cents. But then it changes weird. The man says, "How much for 990?" And it's still 30 cents. So it's almost like it's going up exponentially. In which case you would think 10,000 would be 40 cents. And then 100,000 would be 50 cents. And you'd have to buy a $100,000 box. So if I had to guess, 30 cents for 1,000, then I'd say 40 cents for 10,000 and 50 cents for 100,000. So if it was 50 cents, does that work here? Let's just, for fun, say it does cost, the price for each box goes up exponentially. So 50 cents would be 1 quarter, 1 quarter, 1 dime, 1 nickel, and 1 penny. Gives you 41 cents, right? 35, 40, 41 cents, but we have to get up to 50. So now you would add 1 extra nickel. And then 4 pennies would get you up to 50 cents. So if this is the right answer, how many in the order mentioned? So 1 quarter, plus 1 dime plus 2 nickels plus 5 pennies. 25, 35, 45, 50. So that would be the answer if that's right. 1, 1, 2, 5. Okay, well, we'll worry about that when the time comes and talk about whether we believe it or not. It's the right answer. These don't know what to make of them yet. Okay, well, let's walk through the rest of our evidence here. Lover of books, avid gardener, animal lover, witch, loving wife, organist. So we've got a little scene of a hanging here. Sarah Jacobs is a witch. Before she died, I made her tell me how to unlock the truth about her. You might think she was in her element the most when playing at church, but I can assure you that isn't the truth. Interesting. I made her tell me how to unlock the truth about her. You might think she was in her element. We do have some elements here. Air, fire, earth, water. Okay, let's put this aside. We don't know what to do with this now. I see a triangle here. Lover of books, avid gardener, animal lover, witch, loving wife. If she was in her element, I wonder if that means earth is her element, or I guess water would also match this triangle. Uh-huh. Okay. What is this? This is her iPad that she's the organist at the church for. The priest told us we could access it, but it seems like we need to know her password, which is going to be numbers, but you can see their letters like on a phone, so this could spell out something as well. 5 digits. We don't know how to unlock this. We haven't seen a clue for this, but this guy says he told her how to unlock it. You might think she was in her element. So is it, let me suggest this. Here's our triangle, Earth, 5 letters. So I wonder if this isn't going to be EARTH. So for her iPad, Earth, if that's what this is hinting at, that would be 3, 2, 7, 8, and H is where? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, 4. So I wonder if this isn't her iPad password. All right, so for those of you who are new to Deadbolt Mystery Society games, there's never any penalty for being wrong. We would simply scan this QR code, try to put it in. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Nothing bad will ever happen for trying. So we could try that right now. But I think probably we should skim through our evidence before we do that. All right, so let's see. We've got some suspects. There's the cat. Look at that cat. All right, so general rules on how to play Deadbolt Mystery Society. We're going to skip this since we know this already. It's just telling us to use the QR codes, which we will do. We've got sealed envelope. Do not open until instructed. Looks like a magic book of some sort. Another sealed envelope, do not open until instructed, with crows. Solution, which we'll read at the very end. Let's put that aside. And then this. Okay, so not that much evidence available to us at first. Here's Detective Hastings, the guy who's hired us. Let's read what he says. This case is way more than I bargained for. I'm having to learn all sorts of witch terms and witchy things. For instance, did you know moving counterclockwise is considered unlucky and called witter shirts? What does it say? What is it called? Widdershins. Widdershins. Well, now you know. And you never know what bit of trivia might prove useful. Anyway, I'm about to follow up on a couple tips I have on this case. What I need you to do in the meantime is determine the name of our top suspect and answer the question he or she left behind at the crime scene. Oh, and given the nature of this case, I thought it might be helpful to get a list together of symbols that are important in witchcraft. You never know when something like that might come in handy. I added it to the crime scene report. When you know who our suspect is and the answer to the question he or she left behind, give me the first name and the answer. You got this, Padre. Okay, so this is how we're going to advance the case. He tells us that he's given us the witch symbols. He wants the name of the suspect, presumably from one of these people, and an answer to the question that the suspect left behind. And I presume this is it. What am I? And it looks like we've got more runes, but different from the ones here. Or here, I should say. This almost looks like it's I am, but not clear here. Okay, anything on the back of this? No. Okay. Well, I mean, if we understand these runes, we can decode it. Okay, nothing jumps out. Okay, well, why should it? That's not time for this yet. Okay, here's the cat. The cat has the ruins that the killer used. If we know the cat's name, that will give us most of the letters we need. So it seems to me that all we need to do is figure out this cat's name. Got a little ball. Now, you might imagine in some other longer game, not meant to be solved in one sitting, that maybe you could research witches and cats and the books that were mentioned. Maybe you could learn the name of a favorite cat in one of the books, but Deadbolt Mystery Society will never do that. It'll all be self-contained in this box. We never have to do research. So somewhere we're going to learn the name of this cat. And here's another picture of her house. Now there were two, this seems like a little hint to the flowers. Remember, there was two things she grew that the gardening person said. Rosemary and mint. Well, it's not mint, M-I-N-T, too many letters, and it's not rosemary. And it's not valerian, the one she couldn't. I thought maybe she would name this cat after that, but she could name it after one of her favorite books she took out, like Mayfair, Mayfair. Mayfair would give us the double F's here. Mayfair. That would line up with our two double F's. Just for fun, I'm just saying Mayfair because that was one of her favorite books, signed copy of the Mayfair Wishes. If that guess is right, if it's right, first of all, we have to acknowledge I'm on fire today. But if it's not, if it's right, then what have we got? If it's Mayfair, that's the cat's name. Okay, then the M matches to the S. This is this twisted F. This is a Y. This is the N. This is the F again. The I is just an I. The I is an I, and the R is the T. So then this would read I Y A I Y A R. Doesn't seem right. And then this was our A again. And then this was our M. And then this was F. Okay, well, that does not seem right. All right, well, it's worth Mayfair. It's actually the same letters, just in a different order. And the same doubles. Double F, one of each. It's just a scrambling anagram of this. That's pretty interesting. It's not just similar alphabet, same shared alphabet. It's actually the same exact 7 letters. So if I'm right that this is Mayfair, then maybe this guy is just saying I am still Mayfair. It's not an F. People are saying it's a specific alphabet. All right, well, we'll deal with that later. Let's see what else we've got. This is going to be the guy at the hardware store, no doubt. Hastings, I gave you a question last time you needed my help. Let's see if you're really as smart as you want me to think you are. Do you know the answer? This was our coin. Harry says, isn't it exact because you use those letters to create the runes? No, that's not quite what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that we noticed the alphabet was the same, but on the cats, we have 2 of the same letter. This slanted F we see twice. So there's no reason, just because this uses the same alphabet, is no reason that there should be the exact same letters in the exact same count as there are here, but they are. So this is an anagram of this, which is saying something more than it's the shared alphabet. All right, so we're ready to try this one to see if it's right, and we're ready to try this one to see if it's right. 2 unlocks. But let's look at our last little piece of evidence here before we do that. What are we looking at here? Oh, is this the library? This is the library admin. Okay, it's another little puzzle to figure out her password. It's 10 letters. Letters 1, 5, and 10 are the same and are vowels. Letter 4 marks the spot, which is going to be an X, I guess. 5, 6, and 7 are a conjunction. 1, 2, and 3 is the name of a drink. 8 and 9, abbreviation of a specific state of the U.S. Okay, so this looks like it's solvable. Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got our 10 letters in our password. Okay. Let's see if we can make sense of this now. 1, 5, and 10 are the same and are vowels. Let's just do this. 1, 5, and 10 are vowels. A, E, I, O, or U. One of those things. Letter 4 marks the spot, which should be an X. This could be a random password, so we might not necessarily expect this to make sense or be a word, so we can't use any logic for there. 5, 6, and 7 are a conjunction. Now, what does that mean? 5, 6, and 7 are a conjunction. Once we know that, well, does that mean this is and? The conjunction 5, 6, 7 forms a conjunction. Conjunction is and, a disjunction would be or. So if that's true, then we know that this is an A and this is an A. 1, 2, and 3 is the name of a drink. So what do you think the name of a drink that starts with A? It might be ale. Alex. It's going to be ale. So this is Alex and this is going to be someone's name. 8 and 9 are an abbreviation. So Alex and what's the name? It's going to be a girl or something. Abbreviation of a state. Could be Alex and Mia, M-I. Probably going to be multiple abbreviations that fit here. Is there a reason why the librarian would like Alex and Mia over something else? Does Alex and Mia, is that a name of a book? I'm just thinking with 50 states, surely it's going to something other than Alexandria. It's not R-I. It's not M-I, it's R-I for Rhode Island. The Library of Alexandria. Alexandria. Well done. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. That was fun how it seemed like it was going to say Alex and a girl's name, but really it's Alexandria, the famous Library of Alexandria. Okay, so surely we have solved this one. All right, so I think we've solved 3 little puzzles here, which will unlock something for us. We still don't know how to make sense of this, but I get the feeling it's not time for that yet. But we should probably take our first break here. We're making very good progress. And then we'll try unlocking one of these on the tablet and make some progress. Fun stuff, good teamwork. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. Checking in with the chat. There was a question about whether we looked at the back of the cat photo. So here's the cat sitting on the sink. The back of the cat photo is just another picture of the kitchen. It did remind me of the apothecary herbs. That's why I went and checked the name of the herbs to see if we had any 7-letter herb, but we don't. It's just mint, rosemary, valerian. Don't see anything else that jumps out at me here. We can come back to that. There's some theories about this rune alphabet, but I think that's not for us to handle yet. The question about these are very different than those runes. All right, so, but we do have 3 puzzles that we think we know the answers to. One for sure, and then in different order. So let's do the one we know for sure, that the password to her computer is Alexandria. All right, so how do we do this here? We bring up our camera. We scan in the QR code. We open it up. Let's see. Let's get our keyboard nearby so that we can use it. So in the olden days of Deadbolt Mystery Society, previous to the current year, everything was encrypted PDFs, which could be pretty annoying. Now they're starting to use their own custom website here. So it used to say like all caps, no spaces. Now it looks like they're probably parsing it. So it's probably a little more forgiving. Alexandria. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's close these other files from our previous games. Okay, here's the library checkout records for Sarah. The ritual interview with the vampire. Matthew Hopkins witch hunter. That's tempting. Now remember, the cat has got 7 letters in its name, and the second and fifth are the same. Okay, the girl in cabin 10, the witches of Eastwick, phantoms, something wicked this way comes, the witches, practical magic, and Salem. So authors, all creepy, scary horror books. Any 7-letter name jump out at you? What about it's interesting. Millie Good, Sarah Jacobs. Any 7-letter name jump out where the first and fifth letters are the same? Sorry, where the second and fifth letters are the same. So we've got our records here, and then we've got a special sheet for the most recent book she took out, which was The Ritual. Sarah Jacobs, that's our victim, took it out October 2nd. Before her, Millie Good, Pearlie Mitchell, Teresa Underwood, August 1st entered into the system. That's when it first came into the library. We have On our suspect list are Margot Hendrick, Henrietta Goss, Marcus Jacobs, Annie Mason, and Ronald Meredith. None of these people, unless they're using fake names. Why is that important to us? Are these going to be other potential witches? Is that what's happened? Is our killer going to end up trying to track down all the women who borrowed this book, and Sarah's just our first victim? And is this not telling us anything else? All right, nothing jumps out here at me other than the fact that I want to keep my eye on this list of people in case they start dying. And if this book is the key, then Philip Yancey might be someone for us to keep an eye on, but his name doesn't match cat name. All right, well, let's not worry about this for now. Let's move on to one of our other puzzles. All right, let's see if our theory was correct about the iPad password being the symbol for Earth, EARTH, being the 5 numbers corresponding to the 5 letters of Earth, because the shape here matches this. And this is what the killer says. Let's see. Witch Finder. Okay, let's give this a try. All right, if we're right, 32784, 32784. Okay, looks like that was right. That's fine. Okay, to Sabrina Spellman. This is more serious than we thought. We may have underestimated him. I'm pretty sure that... Oh, okay. So Sarah does have some secret life. And she's talking to a friend, Sabrina Spellman. And she's using this runic code, which now does look like a substitution cipher, with maybe our most common letter, that big U, being an E or something. Let's not try to decode it yet. But who is Sabrina Spellman? And is Sarah now dabbling in witchcraft? She sounds like she already knows her person who's after them. Very interesting. Sabrina Spellman is a character from the show Sabrina the Witch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, there's a 7-letter word, Sabrina, with 2 A's. They're not in the right place, though, for our double letters. Are they in the right place for our killer's double letters? No. All right. Very interesting. Let's move along. There doesn't seem to be anything else for us to do here, but use this to help us decode it. So let's put this aside, and we put this puzzle aside. Okay, so we know we have one more puzzle that we think we know the answer to, if my theory is right about the exponentials. Someone suggested the bracelet is an alphabet. Well, here's the problem with that theory, although it's tempting. All right, well, I like very much the idea of counting these. If we do count these, what do we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay, so that's a great idea that these are letters of the alphabet. The only thing that really jumps out as to why that wouldn't be the case, I mean, 26 is very convincing that it is a letters of the alphabet, but we've got what clearly looks like duplicates here. But let's see what that would be. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. It's fairly common in ciphers for I and J to map to the same code, so that's not so surprising. Well, what have we got here? X, Y, Z, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. So U, V, and W would all match to the same symbol. That's not crazy. That is not a crazy idea. That is not a crazy idea. It's pretty cool if it's true. That's really not a terrible idea, though. Let's see if we can't build ourselves a little alphabet translation and give it a try. I'm sure some of you are already working on it, but let's see. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, oops, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. All right, let's put this down. If this theory is right, we should be able to decode that message. Why is it weirdly zoomed? Oh, it's because of this green is confusing it, I guess. All right. So let's see. If this is right, let's get this up here. Okay, if this is right, what have we got here? First letter is... Where is our first weird letter? Is it even here? Yes, it's right here. Okay, so T, and then we have a Y with a line, which is H. This looks like it's going to be right. This is going to be our E here. Yes, the. Okay, well done. Is it not the? The channel says she, but I think it's the. Okay, well done here. Okay, and then we have a UV or a W. Let's just call it a V. And then we have either an I or a J. We'll call it an I. This is probably going to say maybe victim. That's our weird, no, V-I-T, that's our T again. And then we've got, what, a D? All right, I have to turn off tracking. Okay. V-I-T, and then we've got an F. This is going to be a W. The white, no. U-V, all right, I'm just going to leave it here. Is this an F or an H? 1, 2, 3. H. Easy to lose my place here. The fourth letter. Be easier if I printed this out. I could write on it. There's an H, and then an F, and then an I. Remember, this is debatable. So is this F, I, and then we have this weird one again. This one has an M. Is that an M? And then we have a D. Find. Next line is our T. D. That doesn't seem right. That's an R. Boy, some of these seem very similar, but that's okay. TR. Then we've got an I. And then is this going to be an E? And this is going to be a D. Tried. The something. This is going to be which, isn't it? The which finder. The which find. Probably did something wrong here. But we have tried. This is going to say to. Tried to. S. This is probably going to be stop. ST. No. STE. STE. We have a curly Y and then a, so A, L. The which finder tried to steal, or the which something, I must have skipped some letters here. Finder, yes, this is going to be finder. The which finder tried to steal, and then we've got our third line. Almost done here. We've got our M infinity, which is S, and then the curly Y, which is A, and then our M at the bottom, which is curly, which I guess is M. Tried to steal. Is this going to be Samantha? Is that going to be S-A-M-A-N? No, doesn't quite work. S-A-M, and then Y with a cross, which is H. Sam Hain, is that what this is going to be? Yes, it is. Sam Hain is going to be our 7-letter cat's name, Sam Hain. Sam Hain, which is, can someone look up what Sam Hain means? it is definitely witchcraft related, but I don't know what the definition of it is. Okay, and then here we've got our 3-letter word, which is, where is that symbol? It's not that one, is it? Here, that's our T. I should know that by now. T, and then we've got our Y with a line, which is H. And then we've got our E, to steal Samhain the cat, C-A-T. Okay. So the witchfinder tried to steal Samhain the cat, which is why she dropped it off to the vet's office. Now, if we know the cat's name is Samhain, then we know that Samhain, very close. And there's our double F's, double A's, which makes sense. Now we can go back to this using our alphabet. And what do we got? I, M, A, N, last word, A, S, H. I'm an ash. I'm an ash. Well, I'm an ash type of tree. You have ash trees. We don't have any history of people named Ash. And there's no necessary punctuation. So as someone points out, you could get like Nash could be the last name. Nash. We ran into someone named Nash. That might make sense. Okay, but surely that's basically right. We just don't know how to make more sense of it than that. Okay. There are 2 plus 2 plus 3 letters. I don't know what that means. You're saying if it's broken up. IMANASH. It does look like it is broken up to I'm an ash. Okay, but that could be a tree. Don't forget, like, the picture of the witch is her hanging from a tree. So, all right. But if we've now decoded everything, when you know the name, who our suspect is, and the answer to the question they left behind, what am I? I'm an ash. Okay. So, but that means we are missing something that tells us what the name of that person is. So, Have we not done this one yet? We haven't done this one yet. We haven't done this puzzle yet. Okay, fine. We haven't done this one yet. Okay. So let's try to answer this one. And then maybe this will give us the answer to the person's name. Okay. We haven't done this one yet. That's why we're not ready. All right, let's try this puzzle. So we're going to try to guess the answer that seemed to make sense to me. To remind you of the puzzle, where was it? It was on our briefing. On our beginning briefing, it's a puzzle. The guy, where was the puzzle? Oh, here. Okay, so I'm not going to go over it again, but basically it's a puzzle that seems to be based on number of boxes, but it seems like it's a little exponential, or another way to look at it is it costs 10 cents per digit. So 5 digits, 50 cents. And then how do you break down 50 cents into quarter, dime, nickel, and penny? So the answer I have is 1125. We're going to try this. If this is wrong, then we'll step back and think more more carefully about it. 1125. Let's see if it likes that. Yes. Okay. I'm going to stump you one of these days, Detective Hastings. Until then, I guess we'll keep playing this little game and pretending I'm not the superior intellect. I see you've brought a friend along this time. Pleased to meet you, Father. Oh, what's that you say? You're the one who solved the riddle, not Detective Hastings? Well, I'm liking you more and more by the minute. Looks like the detective still has a thing or two to prove to me, doesn't he? That rope sample you sent over isn't one I sell a lot of. It's very sporadic. However, I have sold out of it over the last 4 weeks. The word I got from the manufacturer was that a Hollywood production company needed this specific type of rope for a movie they were making. As a result, they bought out everything they could find at every online supplier, which means that people actually had to come into a store and make their purchases. God forbid. Oh, sorry, Father. Anyway, I write up sales tickets for all my customers. I'm old school like that. So I have the name of everyone who purchased that specific rope. Okay, here we go. We're looking for an ash. Bart Holloway, Michael Kyle, Annie Meadows, Michael Mitchell Hayes, Matthew Hopkins, and Antonio Barkley. You recognize the list of names for what it is, a suspect list. Now you have something to work with. You should probably compare those names to the other pieces of evidence you've gathered so far, or will gather, during the first stage of your investigation. So here we go. Someone on this list is an ash. Someone on this list, or is somehow the first name of our killer. Now, what have we got here? I mean, we know. What do we know? We know that these aren't any of the people in our list of suspects so far. It's a totally separate list. But don't we know one of them took out a book? Millie Good, Pearlie Mitchell, Teresa Underwood. And then we've got names of authors. We know from her letter we may have underestimated him. And then she says the witchfinder tried to steal Samhain the cat. Okay, so him, Bart, Michael, Mitchell, Matthew, or Antonio. Barkley would be a tree, bark of a tree. On what other basis would we... On what other basis, other than the bark of a tree, would we identify one of these people? Remember, it doesn't have to connect with the ash statement, right? We just have to have some way of knowing the killer's first name. But the only other piece of the puzzle that we know from the killer is I'm an Ash. None of these people are original suspects. None of these people are on the book borrowing list. And the animal shelter says she said she was getting her house sprayed, but it was a lie. Is it really going to be Barkley just because of the bark on a tree? That seems pretty thin. Certainly we could try it. Marlene says, let's check in with the chat. Marlene says, Antonio letter, second and fifth letter. I don't know what that means. It's a witch finder. We think it's a man. The thing to do is to not overthink this. It's easy for us to test it. It's cost-free. We still have yet to use the library checkout card for a puzzle, so that has to tie in. You would think that would tie in now, but it might not tie in until later. Sabrina Spellman. Let's take a look at this before we move on. So she's rented these, she's taken out these books, and The Ritual is the latest one. And we've got a list of people who took it out. Underwood, Teresa Underwood. That is suspicious too. However, we believe it's a man based on her email. Okay, so I think the thing to do is not to overthink this. I think we're going to find that these women start getting killed who rented this book. But let's not overthink it. We can try to answer this if we just say that we know his thing is I'm an Ash and Antonio Barkley with the bark of a tree. Let's try that. And then if it's wrong, we'll try to think more deeply about it. Okay, so let's try to put that in and answer, and answer this question. Okay. So, whoops. first name of the killer and the answer to the question they left behind, which is, what am I? Okay, and we're going to say that the first name is Antonio, for Antonio Barkley. And what am I? Are we supposed to put I'm an Ash or just Ash? I'll try it both ways. I'll just say, what am I? The answer is I'm an Ash. Okay, we'll try it that way. And then we'll just try it with Ash, Antonio Ash. No, okay. All right, so we're now going to try Antonio Ash. And if that's wrong, then we're going to have to think harder. Antonio Ash. Let's see if that works. Looks like not. Be nice if the page refreshed when you got it wrong. Okay, looks like we're wrong. Antonio. No, it really should refresh, but not Antonio because of Barkley. All right, we're going to have to think harder about this. Let me just make sure I'm spelling everything right. Antonio Barkley. No caps, no spaces. Okay, well, that doesn't seem to be right. So we're going to have to figure out a different answer. Not, you don't put in spaces, you don't capitalize. That's what the instructions say. Gotta make sure we're on the right page. First name and answer. Okay. Antonio and Ash. Okay, I really wish it would refresh and say no, try again so we know it took it. But okay, so we're wrong. It's not so simple, which is good because we didn't want it to be as simple. Let's see if I can close these so we only have the ones that are relevant for us. Okay, so people who bought the rope: Bart Holloway, Michael Kyle, Annie Meadows, Mitchell Hayes, Matthew Hopkins, Antonio Barkley. A suspect list. Now you have to find something to work with. You should probably compare those names to the other piece of evidence. Okay, let's think about this for a second. What evidence do we have? The witchfinder tried to steal Samhain the cat, which was what we found here. This is more serious. We may have underestimated him. So it's a guy. And then we got this, which we haven't used. Witch hunter. Sarah took it out. Before her, Millie Good, Pearlie Mitchell, Teresa Underwood. Don't see how that helps him. What's Bentley Welch? Where's our list? No. Or it could be someone else here. Ronald Meredith, the pastor. Now I have 3 documents here. And are those the 3 unlocks? But we have 4 unlocked. We've got the book list, the secret message, and the suspect list. And this one wasn't a puzzle to scan. Okay. If you tried to steal the cat, looks like the channel may have the answer, but let me just think about this for a minute before I start checking for an answer. Just looking at the rest of the evidence we were given. I'm going to clear the alert. I'm assuming you're telling me you found the answer. If you've got something else you want me to look at instead, you can alert me again. It does seem like the book rental list would be the most likely place for us to find the key. Well, let's look at it. So these are books that Sarah Jacobs took out. We don't have a date for that email she sent, do we? No. We may have underestimated him. Good Mitchell Underwood. Good Mitchell Underwood. Mitchell. Is it possible that the key is that Pearlie Mitchell is connecting with, he's used his first name Mitchell as the last name of this person he's pretending took it out? These aren't handwritings, so we can't, of these people, but I wonder if Pearlie Mitchell does connect in some way with Mitchell. What do you think about that? Looks like Anna has figured it out. Let's see. I think, Jesse, if you want the solution, Matthew Hopkins' Witch Hunter is the title of a book. Joe J figured it out. The book is called Matthew Hopkins, The Witch Hunter. That would be very odd for the game to require us to know that. That would be very unlike Deadbolt Mystery Society, unless the book name was mentioned somewhere. Is that in the list of books? Oh, it is. It's in the list of books. Fine. Matthew Hopkins, The Witch Hunter. Why did we not notice that? Matthew Hopkins, The Witch Hunter. It's right there. Matthew Hopkins. Well, that's easy then. We should have noticed Matthew Hopkins, Matthew Hopkins. Okay, well, that's done and done. You didn't have to know about that book. You just have to spot it on the list. All right. Okay. So we should have studied this list a little more carefully. We were lazy. Or at least I was lazy. Okay, Matthew Hopkins, The Witch Hunter. Seems pretty obvious now. Okay. All right, we're ready to do this then. Okay, so we got a little lazy. Or we got a little sloppy is the right word. We would have found that. I should have not read the answer. I should have studied it. All right. So we're back to our thing. The first name is Matthew. And the answer is I'm an Ash. If it doesn't like this, we'll just try Ash. No. Okay. So Matthew is the first name. And what are you? An ASH? Surely that's, I'm spelling Matthew wrong, I think. Is it PTHEW? I'm an Ash. There we go. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hastings pats you on the back appreciatively. Good work. I've already put out an APB for Matthew Hopkins. We can attach him to the rope purchase that was made at the hardware store. This case is as good as closed. That's not his real name, you inform Hastings. Sarah Elizabeth Jacobs checked out a book with the title Matthew Hopkins Witch Hunter. He was England's witch-finder general in the mid-17th century. That name matched one of the names from the hardware store, which meant he used an alias to make the purchase. Our killer is playing around with the witch-finder identity. Hastings' smile falls like a poorly baked cake. I knew this seemed too easy. Well, what about that message painted onto the concrete? I'm an Ash. What does that mean? Any ideas? You admit you aren't certain and try to think of something clever to tell Hastings when his phone rings. Hastings answers on the second ring. He grunts non-committally several times before saying, Okay, we'll be there in 5. When he hangs up the phone, he stares at you grimly. We have another murder. This one is worse than the first. This one was burned at the stake. We need to get over there and check out the crime scene. The woman's name was Millie Good. She owns a bookstore over in the Maroon District called Good Books. Apparently, she was killed in the alleyway behind the store. That's where we're headed. When you arrive at the bookstore, the firefighters have already extinguished the blaze, and the smoldering body of Millie Good is loaded into an ambulance to be taken to the morgue. You wait for Detective Hastings, and he eventually hands you a book to check out. The title is Malleus Maleficarum. Maleficarum. This was found on the front counter of the store near the cash register. You want to take a guess what this book is about? Hunting witches, you say? Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. Another name for this book is The Witch's Hammer. There's no way that's a coincidence. There are some things stuck inside that are curious. My counterpart, Detective Blake, stuck some extra details about the case inside the book as well. At the moment, the book and everything inside it is our next lead. You may open the Malleus Maleficarum. Okay, so my theory was right that the list of people who took out this book are going to be the victims. These are the witches. Sarah Jacobs, Millie Good was just killed, burned at the stake. Someone should let Pearlie Mitchell know she's next. All right. So Act 2, we're allowed to open this. All right. So we're done with this stuff. I guess we can put these aside. And now we can open this. Staci was very nice enough to seal all these things for us. Reseal them. All right. Act 2. All right, before we get into Act 2 and read this book on witch hunting, we should take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. Okay, Act 2. We're opening this book about witch hunting. Someone in the channel was pointing out that there seems to be some kind of code here. There are only 4 symbols, only 4 orientations, though. So whatever it is, you know. But we were told something about counterclockwise having a special name. Regardless, there's no way to decode this at this point. But we will keep this handy nearby since it seems like it could be relevant. Okay, so here's our Detective Hastings. Let's read what he has to say. You must have studied about all this witchy stuff when training to become a priest, right? I mean, sure, exorcisms are probably more your thing, but witches have to factor in too somewhere, no? All right, let's just review where things stand here. Now that we have a second crime scene, I'm pretty sure there's a connection between these 2 victims. If we can figure that out, it might help us determine who the next victim will be. I'm going to talk to the CSI and see what they've learned. While I'm doing that, maybe you can look through all the stuff in the Malleus Maleficarum and make some sense of it all. See if you can determine a link between the 2 victims. You may need to look back at everything from the first crime scene. There has to be a connection. Also, see if you can learn anything about the true name of this Matthew Hopkins character. We know this isn't his real name, so who is he? Provide the name of the item that connects the 2 victims and the true first name of the witchfinder. Okay, so we've already identified long ago what connects the 2 victims. They both borrowed that book from the library, The Ritual. Millie Good borrowed it, and so our next victim is probably going to be Pearlie Mitchell. But we don't know the true name of the suspect, so we're going to have to go through our evidence for that. Oh, look, it's another card here. What's this? Look at how this killer left another calling card about this witch that he burned. Business owner, Millie Good, dog rescuer, dead witch, amateur photographer. Oh, look at this cool drawing. Okay, so our previous victim, Sarah, she had the symbol of Earth. This one, Millie, has the symbol fire. Very appropriate how she was killed. Connection to the animal shelter too, maybe? What's going on with this person? Why are they so high up? Is this like a genie that's come out to rescue her when she was burned? A pretty cool drawing. I, your faithful witch finder, Matthew Hopkins, have stumbled upon a coven of witches. Good, apparently, was ill-named, and was also in league with the devil, too. I wasn't sure about Good until 2 days ago when I saw her again. And then it was hard to deny who or what she really serves. Now she and Jacob's witch are facing the eternal justice of God. My mission is a holy one, and I will out these vile women and do what needs to be done. All right, this guy's on a mission to kill the witches. He's got 2 of them. We got to stop him before he finishes his work. He's clearly mad, although he has good taste in art. Okay. And she's the symbol of fire. That makes a lot of sense. All right, let's see. What else do we got here? Let's take a look at our other evidence in this envelope. That's from our previous case. Okay, sound it all out, then say the correct word. Eug ache cloud. Eug ache cloud. UN soften. UN soften. UN often. Oh, maybe we have to put these in order. That makes sense. Order these by time and then speak it out loud. What is the word you're looking for? Okay, that feels like we could get it. Let's see. It looks like there's 12, 1, Akins, and then let's see. Unless we're supposed to go counterclockwise because of witches, but 3. There's our 2, 1, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so we'll put this in the right order and then we'll speak it. But let's do that later. We've got another note here. Is this? No, this is from Goody, the witch who was just killed. And look, she's using her moon things. To the other members of the coven from Millie. Okay, I'm starting to get worried about Tess. I think things are worse than we thought. We need to get her out before it's too late. After what happened to Sarah, I think it's clear we're all in danger. We definitely underestimated who we are dealing with. As a result, we need to make sure our methods of communication are secure. In the event I go missing and you need to retrace my steps, you will need to gain access to my secret room. There is a section of floor space in the occult book section of the store where the rule can be found. Look for the checkerboard pattern. The witch's hammer could be helpful too. Then once you have the proper directions from the floor, begin at 3 o'clock. Okay, this definitely feels like it's this now. But we need to find checkerboard pattern. This feels like it needs to be used with the book. But now look, now we've got a real coven. They've underestimated this witch hunter, and he's now killed 2 of them. Pretty cool. All right. Next up is a phone. Whose phone and what apps are on it? Soundhound, Translate, Google Maps, Yandex Maps. Okay. It's got a time on it. Battery. What's on the other side? Look at this. No, that's it. It's just a phone. It's just a phone and a QR code, but no hint about what we should do. Huh. Pretty cool. All right. Put this in the to be figured out pile. Next up, she's a dog lover, and it looks like we've got more runes. There's a dog. Okay, where's our decryption alphabet? What have we got here? I mean, we've got some stuff that we don't recognize. Like, what is this? We don't have a letter that matches that. Oh, this is not this. This is our Samhain code. All right, where is that? It's pretty infrequent for Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes to use Act 1 stuff in Act 2. What have we got here? M. Then we don't know this letter. Let's try to write it out here. So we've got new rune symbols that we've not seen before. Right? So let's try to write them out. And we've got a P. Then we've got a double. Is it a double F? Yes. Okay, so we don't know these symbols. In fact, do we not know any of them, or do we know at least the M? No, that actual M is different, isn't it? All right, so these, only the F, though. We do know the F. The F maps to the letter A. That's all we know. Is that all we know? I guess you could say the other thing we know is what these letters aren't, if this is an alphabet. All right. Interesting. All right, well, let's put this off to the side and continue going through it. Okay. Well, this looks like our checkerboard. There's the library or bookstore. Okay, so what does she say here? She says there's a section of floor space in the occult book section. This is going to be the floor space where the rule can be found. Look for the checkerboard pattern. The witch's hammer could be helpful too. The Witch's Hammer. That's the name of this book. Maleficarum is the Witch's Hammer. So it's saying this can be helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5 by 3. So yes, this overlays on this. He says, once you have the proper directions from the floor, begin at 9 o'clock. Begin at 9 o'clock. Okay, well, if you were thinking about a clock, you have 12, 3, 6, 9. So begin at 9 o'clock. But so thinking about what you would you expect, I think, to spell out a phrase? Spell out a phrase using possibly one letter from each grid, starting with an A, and using these as the instructions of what letter to use. That's one possibility. If you did do that, one for each letter, once you have the proper directions from the floor, begin at 9 o'clock. the rule can be found. So I'm just thinking, like, let's say the rule is to look at the top of the moon here. So that would be an A, and then H, D. That does not seem right. Okay. Well, that's just one theory of how to do it. The other theory would be that it's moving you around. I think it makes sense that we're spelling a word. If we start at A, we're spelling a word with one thing from each. Here, is this the key? Here. Okay, so look. This upside down moon is top. So I think maybe let's do that first. Okay, let's do it that way. Let's make ourselves a grid. This is going to be our key to go from this to letters. Okay, so we want a 5x3 grid. Right? So there's our 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So that's the top. That would be an M here. And then here we have an O. And then here we have a V. And then here we have EW. Here we have an I. Here we have this moon, which is this D. Here we have this moon, which tells us this D. Let's see. And then here we have the upside down, which is the E. And then here we have the up, which is R. Move. Must have done something wrong here, right? This is this one. Then down is I, and then D, and then D, and then E, and then R. Okay. Then we have S. Does everyone see how I'm doing this? And then T, and then I, and then NS. Okay, so move Widdershins. Okay, move Widdershins. We know what that is. We were told earlier that Widdershins is counterclockwise. Okay, so that's the rule that we're told to find. Let's read our instructions here. Once the rule can be found, once you have the proper directions from the floor, begin at 9 o'clock. I think this is telling us how to decode this. I think it's telling us to begin at 9 and then go counterclockwise. So let's do it. Let's start at 9 o'clock, which is E, E, F, and then go counterclockwise. So the next time is this one, EW, and then ONT, and then OOG. Now, does this make sense if we sound it out? Ifuantug, Ifuantug, if you want to, I think that's going to be it. Okay, if you want, so we did, that's our 6 o'clock. And then we've got IC, 5 o'clock, and 4 o'clock, EEN. And then we've got our 3 o'clock, SPEE. Then our 2 o'clock is cloud. Then our 1 o'clock is ENSE. All right. And then we have midnight, AYK. And then 11, if we go this way, OFF. And then 10 o'clock, EE. And then eventually we get back to our 9 o'clock, which is EEF. And then it says, sound it all out. If I'm right, if you want to get 10 speed cloud and I coffee, if you want to get 10 speak, 10, if you want to get it 10 speak cloud and a coffee, cloud and a coffee. Something sounds wrong there. If you want to get 10 speak, if you want to get it and speak loud and say coffee, speak loud and say coffee, something like that. If you want to get it and speak loud and say coffee. If you want to get it and if you want to get in, you want to get in, speak loud and say coffee. Then sound it out, say the correct word. What is the word you're looking for? I guess coffee is the answer to that. Okay, so we're going to put off doing that. Maybe we're going to find out there's some coffee connection here. I guess she's running a bookstore. They probably do say coffee. But before we answer that, we do have a whole sheet here that we haven't read that we probably should have gone through. Here's police crime scene. All right, that was pretty cool. All right, Millicent Jessica Good, another white woman, 30 years old, Cottondale Road. Here she is. The whole coven of pretty witches. I guess if you're dealing with the devil, you might as well. You're probably vain. Maybe you ask for help. Looking good. Victim was found tied to an outer support post in the alley behind Good Books that was used to prop up one end of an awning. A bonfire had been built around her. The burn trauma was too much for her body to handle and is presumed to be the cause of death. It's clear that this murder is tied to the Jacobs murder. In this case, she was burned at the stake, which is yet another method that was used to execute witches. Facts about the victim: lives alone, owner of Good Books, a local bookstore, founder of Happy Tales Dog Rescue, amateur photographer, worked for the Valley Falls Observer on occasion. Here's a note. that the killer left. Another of the devil's concubines has now gone to join him in fire. I would have expected she could withstand the fire since she was one of Lucifer's minions, but I think that was her last act of defiance to try and make me look like a fool. Yet I know the truth. The signs were all there. She was one of them. Her and the Jacobs woman were in league together. Now they will spend eternity together as well. I have done this city a service. I have also exacted a small measure of revenge for what they stole from me. Signed, the Witchfinder. What did they steal from him, I wonder? Okay, R.I.P. Millicent. Now, who's this? Sally Good. Statement from the victim's sister, Sally Good. She says, I can't believe this. Who would do such a thing? Millie wasn't a witch. She was planning to dress up like one of the witches from Hocus Pocus for Halloween, so she had a costume, but it wasn't anything serious. It was just for fun. She had lots of friends, loved to help people, lived a vibrant life. I'm just here visiting her, so I don't know much about her day-to-day life. I live on the other side of the country. We get together a couple times a year. You know how it goes. But even though I'm not part of her everyday life, I know there's no reason for someone to hurt her. Obviously, since this is a crime scene now, you can examine everything inside the store and tear her life apart to form your own conclusion. I'll tell you this, though. My sister was extremely sweet, but she was also extremely quirky, too. She thought it would be cool to have a hidden lounge in the store and had one bookshelf configured to hide it. It was one of those well-known secrets that all of her patrons knew about and took advantage of. Everybody thought it was fun. Millie wanted it that way. I don't know the way to get in, but I know which section of books hides it. Millie told me she was using the room for something else temporarily and that it was off limits to customers for the next few days. But I bet you can still get in. Okay, we've already solved that. Now, who's this? Johnny Major, manager of Happy Tails Dog Rescue. He says, well, I was afraid something like this was going to happen. I didn't know Millie was going to be burned at the stake. But she called me after Sarah Jacobs' body was found and warned me things were about to get messy. She was freaked about something. I didn't understand what she was talking about. Millie and I are friends because of our shared love for dogs, but we didn't mingle much outside of work, so I don't know why she chose to tell me any of this. None of what she was saying made any sense. All she kept telling me was her and her friends were trying to help someone out of a bad situation, and now things were out of control. I don't know what any of that had to do with me or with the dog rescue, but she assured me it all fit. During periods when she was extremely busy and had a lot going on, Millie would board her own dog here at Happy Tails. I wasn't always happy to look after him for her, but on that call, she made me promise to keep her dog safe at all costs. I promised I would. I have a photo of the dog if that will help. And that's the dog right there with its collar. Okay. And here is Mitchell Goss, freelance manager at the Valley Falls Observer. I heard about this over the police scanner. I still can't believe it. Who would burn a person alive at the stake? Is this another version of the Salem witch trials? I didn't have Millie attached to any jobs at the moment. She normally just filled in when we were short-staffed and in need of someone who could take a good photo. She did email me some photos yesterday, however, that I thought were interesting. In her email to me, she said a message was there if I was smart enough to interpret it, and that it was the key to solving a crime. Obviously, I'm not smart enough. but you're more than welcome to take a look at them. And then he's showing us the photos she sent him. We've got a headline with the word "the library book is the key." Okay, fairly straightforward. The library book is the key. Well, we know that. We knew the library book, the ritual, is the key to who this person is hunting down. All right, but let's see what else we have. Additional notes. It's unclear who the person referred to as Tess in Millie's note is. The coroner will be running toxicology reports to be certain, but theorizes that Millie Good's vape pen was dosed with ketamine. Ketamine, when heated, smells like burning plastic, which is the smell that was reported from inside Good books. Ketamine is a popular horse tranquilizer, or you could use it at a vet. So the library book is the key, and there is the library book, and we think the ritual is how he's tracking people down. Sarah Jacobs, Millie Good. We think Pearlie Mitchell may be next. This is interesting that the librarian was Henrietta Goss, and this guy is Mitchell Goss. Like, no, they're clearly not probably not blood related, but okay. The person referred to as Tess in Millie's note, it's not clear. So, to the other members of the coven from Millie, when does she refer to Tess? What are they talking about? Is that something that we haven't? It's unclear who the person referred to as Tess in Millie's note is. Well, this is Millie's note. Somewhere does she refer to Tess? Oh, I'm starting to get worried about Tess. Okay. Well, Tess is going to be Teresa Underwood, don't you think? Probably Tess is Teresa Underwood. Is my guess. Okay. So to recap, though, in this box, we figured this out. What word are we looking for that used all of these things? So that feels like a big key. We can get into this. But we don't know how to make sense of this. The dog's name. You might expect it's something like Samhain, another Halloween witch reference. And we also have no idea what to do here. Here's the picture of the dog. So let's do what we know how to do and do this one. Okay, so the word we're looking for is coffee. Yes, that's correct. Okay. When you speak the word coffee out loud, a sensor behind the bookcase activates and the entire wall swings out to reveal a quaint, hidden coffee shop. That's probably one of Valley Falls' best kept secrets that isn't really a secret to the regulars who frequent good books. It's a nice touch, albeit a bit kitschy, but it definitely fits with the aesthetic of the bookstore. Immediately, you notice one thing Millie's sister told you is completely accurate. The coffee shop has been temporarily closed and converted into something else. It looks like someone has been living inside the coffee shop. A roll-away bed has been set up in one corner. An open suitcase sits on the bed. Inside, sitting atop several layers of women's clothing, is a notebook. The front cover has a place for a name. Someone has written Teresa/Tess in the blank with a ballpoint pen. That was our theory. On the first page are a series of arcane doodles, symbols, and strange-looking letters that don't immediately mean anything to you. At the bottom of the page is a note written in the same hand as the name on the cover. It reads, "Edgar hasn't been the same since Mom died. I think he's been using some of the horse drugs to help him cope. They haven't helped him. They just made him crazy and angry all the time. Thankfully, I have friends now to help me deal with everything, and to think I would have never met any of them if Millie hadn't brought Pyewacket in for his shots that day." Pyewacket, that's going to be the dog's name. I immediately sensed a kindred spirit. She and the others have been so kind to me, yet I can't live here at the bookstore forever. I don't think it will be wise for me to go back to the clinic again, not after everything that has happened. I'm sure I can always get a job with all the vet experience I have. Definitely in a different town where no one knows me. A fresh start is what I need, but I don't think he will allow that to happen, not without a fight. Maybe a last stand is what I need. I know where I can go. I will head to... Beneath her note are 6 characters you've seen before. Okay. So we've got a couple of things, and it sounds like Edgar, the brother of Tess, could be our killer. Let's do this translation first, though. All right, so this is our vocabulary. This is not the dog one. This is this. So let's translate this message. So it's our YM, which is an N, and then our M with the curl, which is a C. And then, oh no, the W with the curl is a C. Boy, this is a tricky alphabet. An M with a curl is an O. NOC, and then we know that one is RT. And then the M with the gamma is E. And then we have our curl M, which is our M. Is that right? I think that's right. Noctum. I will head to Noctum. That's going to be the name of a place, like a club that one of them owns. I bet that's going to be like a nightclub or something. Noctum. Unless I've gotten one of these letters wrong, which I certainly could have. But close enough. Okay, that's where Tess went. Okay, and then the other thing that this has told us about is the dog's name, which is Pyewacket. Pyewacket. These two go to C and K, huh? They sure look like the same symbol. Okay, so we don't have much use for this yet, but presumably we're going to see some more runes, and now we have more letters of the alphabet of the runes. But we don't have anything to do with these yet. Now, this, we don't know what to do or even what's expected of us. It's possible that we just scan this and it's not a puzzle. Does it say it wants things? It says no caps, no spaces. It does seem to suggest this is a puzzle. I was thinking we might just be able to listen to some video or something. I wonder if this would be a way for us to translate, to do something. Let's do this. Let's see what happens when we scan this. I'm curious. I'm curious if it really is a puzzle or if it's something else. What do you enter? Okay, well, what do you enter? I guess maybe this is going to let us make a call to someone, but we don't know who to call yet. So aside from that, we do have this. The name of the item that connects the two victims and the true first name of the witchfinder. Okay, so we think we know what the answer to this is. So I guess we're going to do this first. Let's try this. This is a weird thing where it seems like we're ready to complete this act without having done the other pieces. But let's see. Let's see. Provide the name of the item that connects the two victims and the true first name of the witchfinder. So we think it's Edgar, but we could be wrong. And then we think that the item that ties them together is this, which is either referred to as the ritual or the library book. But I guess the ritual would be the clearest way to say it. Okay, so the name that let's try this. Let's see what happens. The name of the thing that ties them together is Theritual, and the true first name of the witchfinder is Edgar. Let's see if that works. It does. Okay. Hastings listens carefully to everything you have to tell him. He nods in all the right places, grunts when appropriate, and takes notes in a small pocket notebook. So, our primary suspect is named Edgar. He's a veterinarian or likely has some sort of connection to a vet, and our victims both checked out a book called The Ritual from the local libraries. Is that all correct? When you confirm the details, he pulls his phone out of his pocket, places a call, and asks the person on the other end to cross-reference all veterinary offices with the name Edgar. After a few seconds of eager listening and note-taking, Hastings hangs up the phone. Paws and Claws Animal Hospital is run by a Dr. Edgar Ashe. Incidentally, his wife, Victoria Underwood Ashe, passed away a little more than 6 months ago under mysterious circumstances. She left behind a daughter, Teresa Underwood. They called her Tess for short. Teresa Underwood also checked out the ritual, you remind Hastings. In fact, she was the first. You don't say. You wouldn't happen to know what the ritual's about, would you? You pull your phone out and do a quick search. It's a book about witchcraft and how to summon things using certain rituals. Hastings says, finishing your sentence. You nod slowly. I think I know where we're headed now, you say. Oh, I think I know where we're headed now, you say. Although I'm pretty sure I'm up to date on my shots. Hastings motions you to follow him and rushes to his car when his phone rings again. This time, when he answers, his tone is much different and it's clear something's wrong. I understand, he says at last, hanging up the phone. What is it, you ask? Hastings looks grim. Well, our friendly neighborhood witch finder called the station with a tip. He said he's about to execute his third witch. And we should know exactly who it is. He said the only thing that will stop him is for us to find Tess and call him back with her location. He's agreed to swap his third victim in exchange for Tess. We have an hour to figure out what the third victim's name is and where Tess might be. Surely we aren't going to use Tess as bait in order to rescue a third witch. When we know where Tess is, I'll call Edgar Ashe and give him the location. But the place will be swarming with cops, trust me. When you determine the name of the third victim and where Tess is hiding, call the witch finder at the number he gave to the police. Use the first name of the third witch plus Tess's location. Okay. So that's what the phone is for. It's for calling him. I want to point out how cool this story is, too, though, because Tess's brother or father? I thought she said brother before. Edgar, he's gone a little crazy, right? And he's using horse tranquilizer, etc. And when we read Tess's diary, she basically said she's basically hiding out with the witches. And remember, the witch hunter says that they stole something from me. So he wants his sister back. Edgar hasn't been the same since mom died. Okay, brother and sister, his mom died. And he's gone crazy. And now the witches have stolen his sister and he wants her back. Maybe because he wants to kill her too. But that is interesting that he blames them. Okay. So we need the name of the third victim and where Tess is hiding. Okay, so we know where Tess went hiding. That was to Noctum. And the witch's name, we need to open the other. We need to open. We need the book borrowing, but I'm afraid. Computer unlock. Okay, good. So Pearly is who we think is going to be the third victim, right? Pearlie is the third member of the coven, which we solved this one. But now we need the name of the third victim and where Tess is hiding, which is Noctum. Call the witch finder at the number he gave to police. That's the part that I'm a little confused about. What number did he give to the police? Where is our notes from the detective? Oh, maybe it's just going to assume that. Like, we don't have to know the number. Maybe when we scan this, we're just calling him to give him this answer. Okay, let's try this to see if this works. I guess we don't, maybe we don't have to know the number explicitly. All right, so we've dialed the phone, I think, or is this asking for, I think this is asking what, not the phone number we dial, but this answer, but we'll find out in a second. So we're gonna call him up and tell him Pearlie knocked him. Let's see if this works, or if it does want a phone number. No, that worked. Okay. All right, here we go. Edgar Ashe picks up the call on the second ring. His voice is different than what you imagined. It's calm and even, and not at all what you imagined the voice of an insane person would sound like. Edgar Ashe, Hastings says flatly, putting the call on speaker so you can hear. That would be me, the Witchfinder replies. I am the descendant of John Ashe, who was the descendant of Benjamin Ashe, the infamous Valley Falls Witchfinder. Witch hunting is in my heritage. I'm an Ashe. So you've said, Hastings replies, obviously not impressed. Do you know who I'm about to execute for her crimes of witchcraft? He asks. Yeah, Pearlie Mitchell, Hastings says flatly. She was the only other name who checked out the ritual. The other three names were significant, which meant this one had to be as well. Very good, Detective, Ashe says. Ruth at the library did me a favor and let me see all the records that involved Tess in exchange for taking care of her little poodle, Doggy. Now, do you know where I might find my stepdaughter? I've been doing everything I can to protect her from the evil influence of this coven. This coven of witches. I fear they've been trying to recruit her, and I can't allow that. I would assume that you're already at that location and prepared to protect Tess. So I will bring the witch to arrange a trade. I have the name of the location for you, Hastings says, but the way it appears to me is that the women you've killed were trying to help your stepdaughter escape from you. You're mistaken, Ashe says curtly. They're the danger, not me. Well, to be fair, you are a cold-blooded murderer. She'd be smart to try and get away from you. I need the name of where she is hiding, Ashe says, ignoring the accusation. I have two questions before we proceed, Hastings says. Humor me. Very well, Ashe says impatiently. What are they? Why do you think all these women are witches? And why do you think they've been trying to recruit your stepdaughter? Everything I've been told suggests that none of these women are witches. Well, the signs are all there if you know where to look, Ashe explains. The animals are the key. Obviously, I get to see the devilish creatures up close and personal. When you know what to look for, you will see that the animals they brought to me aren't really animals at all. Their names indicate as much. Samhain and Pyewacket are both familiars, whose sole purpose is to serve and aid the witches in their endeavors. They are demonic and completely in league with the devil. Witches are known for their familiars, you know. Pearlie, in fact, has a snake named Briar. It's every bit as demonic as the dog and the cat. All of them have whispered things to me at the clinic, hissing at me from their cages, cursing me with their eyes. They are the reason why their owners found out about my tests. Have you been using ketamine, Mr. Ash? Hastings asks. You certainly gave some to Millie Good to knock her out before lighting her on fire. That drug is known to make people hallucinate. You, being a vet, would have an ample supply. It could also make you believe these wild stories you're telling me. What I have or haven't used is irrelevant, Ash says. The answers are there for anyone to see. Now, I've answered your questions. Tell me where to find my stepdaughter. The name of the nightclub is Noctum, Hastings says. It's the building that has 3 crows painted on the side. You can't miss it. Meet us there in 15 minutes. You may now enter Noctum. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So we're headed into Noctum, the nightclub, where our detective Hastings has set up a rendezvous with Edgar Ashe, the witchfinder killer. He's told him where he can find his stepdaughter, who he wants to kill, we assume, but we're hoping we're luring him into a trap here. Edgar Ashe seems absolutely out of his mind, although there's still a tiny chance, a small chance, that the witch coven is real and that the demonic animals are real, although it sounds like he's lost his mind. I do hope you're enjoying yourself. Either way, enjoying yourself or not, I do hope you'll stick around. It seems like we're at the finale here, but stick around after we finish playing it. We'll talk about this game, what we thought of it, what we liked, what we didn't, and where this sits in ranking with the other Deadbolt Mystery Society games we've played. Okay, so we may now enter Noctum with the Three Crows. Okay, it says read me first. I've heard of this place, but I've never actually been here before. Noctum is a nightclub that caters to those who dabble in the occult. This is definitely the kind of place where a witch would seek refuge. I'm sure if we look around hard enough, we'll find vampire wannabes, psychics, paranormal investigators, witch doctors, and who knows what other sorts of dark practitioners. Look, all the people inside are wearing bracelets just like the one found at the Sarah Jacobs crime scene. We have to be at the right spot. Hastings goes silent as he sees a woman in the crowd. Although they've never met before, he's seen a picture of Pearlie Mitchell. He looked her up online before heading over to the club. He's also seen all of the other people who are surrounding Pearlie Mitchell and is surprised at everyone who's shown up here. I need to figure out what's going on here, Hastings says. I don't understand what these people are doing. Talk to each of the people, beginning with Tess, and then call the Witchfinder to try and pinpoint his location. Once you've done that, answer the following. What symbol does Tess force Ashe to make? And what animal does the coven use? Okay. Let's see what other items are in this envelope. So we've got a map of the nightclub. We've got it sounds like we've entered a real witch's coven here, to be honest. So here at this nightclub are Pearlie Mitchell and Tess, but also Marcus, the husband of Sarah Jacobs, and Henrietta Goss, the librarian. All right, so talk to each of the people, beginning with Tess. Okay. Okay, now the truth comes out. Sarah, Millie, and Pearlie weren't recruiting me. I recruited them. They were my friends. They were my sisters. Once they joined the coven, I felt like I could ask for their help. I know that Edgar killed Mom. He's been abusing ketamine for a while now, and he thought she was a witch too. The delusions have only gotten worse. She was the first one he killed. Since he's a vet, he knows how to make it look like something else. I was trying to get away from him, and they were helping me. That's why he went after them. He was scared that the truth would come out if I got away from him, but that's okay. We have something for him now. Each of us brought one ingredient to create the perfect spell. If he learns what any of those ingredients are, we take the chance of losing our edge. Luring him here was all part of the plan. I brought All right, so we need our runic alphabet here, which we've got using the cat collar and the dog collar. All right, so what has she brought? This is probably going to be like mint or what, something. Okay, let's see. So W-A, this wasn't Mayfair, this was Samhain. So W-A-S-P-S, wasp. All right, so Tess brought wasps. Okay. Pearlie Mitchell. That idiot really thought he was going to get me, but I was smarter than he was. It was easy enough to wait until he was distracted in here and then make a break for it. I was ready after I heard about what he did to Sarah and Millie. I knew the rest of us weren't going to just sit around and wait on him to kill us. There are also a lot more of us than he anticipated. This time I cooked up a little spell for him at the very end that required pokeberries, cicada skin, black dahlia, adder's fork, jasmine, and cobwebs. Okay. But who else is there? This is sort of a surprise to us. It's Marcus Jacobs. Surely you don't think my wife could be a witch and me not know it, do you? Just so happens I'm one too. Tess told us where to meet and what the plan was. I was more than happy to help out. She told me to bring, and then he's written in this alphabet. Okay. So let's decode what Marcus brings. All right. All right, let's zoom out completely here. All right, so he's got the W with this. That's our F. And then an M with a straight line. Is that's our R, FR. And then the M with the curl. It's not this one, it's the curvy M with the curl, which is O, FRO. There's going to be frog something, right? Yeah, G. And then S. All right, so he brought frogs. And here's Henrietta Goss, the librarian, has come back into the picture. You two are so smart. So let's think about this. Tess was the one who recruited Sarah, Millie, and Pearlie into our little group, but who recruited Tess? Why, who do you think recommended the ritual to her in the first place and told her about our little group? It was me. Guilty as charged. She's a sister now, and I would never turn my back on a sister, so I did my part. This is much different than working in the stacks, but also similar somehow. Okay, so this looks like just anagramming. Don't you think? It feels like we just got to rearrange these letters. What did she bring? They all brought, let's see, one brought wasps, one brought frogs, cobweb, cicada skin, pokeberries. So what has she brought? Tree. Similar somehow, working in the stacks. That sounds like a callback to what she did before. It feels like these are just rearranged letters. We're just anagramming rather than doing a Caesar shift. The frequency of the E's is partly what convinces me that these are just rearranging. Also, just the mix of consonants and vowels seems like these are about right. Okay, let's see if the chat can help figure out what these words are. Double H. We could look if there's any clues in her first interview. But it feels like we should just try to guess. These would be like some insects or animals. Suppose there's always a possibility that it's not a per word anagram, but that we can combine them all. But probably it is, right? And we're not reading it backwards, because I was thinking like grubs, but that would be combining letters from different words. That seems like it's too complicated. More likely each one is on its own word, don't you think? I wonder if hen's feet, grub, I wonder if these don't all mix into multiple words, because if we do hen's feet, grubs, what do we have left? Actually, is there an F anywhere? Maybe it can't be hen's feet. There's no F. I don't know where. Somehow that appealed to me, but there's no F. Feels like it would be too difficult to let you scramble those letters and make arbitrary words. Do we have an anagram app? Can we try putting one of those in? Let's bring up an anagram app and put one of them in, and then we'll work on the others by hand if we can get a clue. If we can get okay. So let's try maybe our hardest one, the first one. IOHHENPE. IOHHENPE. Let's see. That doesn't work. That doesn't produce one word. How strange. Okay. Well, that surprises me. So it's not 3 words, each on their own one. Could it be a Caesar substitution cipher? Or she says stacks. Is it possible that these stack up somehow? She says this is different than working in the stacks, which is a term for library, but also similar. Let's count the letters. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. IBROUGHT. I brought THREE. I brought 3 CENTIPEDES. I brought 10 centipedes. I brought 3 centipedes. How cool was that? Okay. So we've talked to the people. We found out what they're each bringing. We've got our map of the place. Look who it is. It's Edgar. Edgar Ash. Okay. What does Tess force Ash to make, and what animal does the coven use? We don't know that yet. But what about this? The witches all position their animal familiars they brought at the correct points on the compass and begin to chant. So there's 4 of them in the 4 corners, in the 4 orthogonal positions of a compass. I forget what that's called. There's a name for that. The cardinal positions. The 4 elements must be placed at their correct points on the compass as well in order for their spell to work. Earth, air, fire, and water. Fire and air need to be side by side. Tessa's familiar corresponds to the element you would expect. Marcus's familiar is west and does not correspond to air. Henrietta had a lot in common with Sarah Jacobs, and her familiar is north. Pearlie, meanwhile, had more in common with Millie and is opposite earth. Use the first letter of each element and animal familiar in order that correspond to north, east, south, and west. Why did we have to figure out all... Oh, because is this going to be their animals? Wasps, frogs, and centipedes. Okay. All right, so let's make a little map, I guess. So we've got north, south, west, and east. All right, now let's see. What are we told? They've got the animal familiars at the correct points and begin to chant. 4 elements must be placed at the correct points on the compass as well. Earth, air, fire, and water. Earth, air, fire, and water. Earth, air, fire, and water. Okay, not clear how to know which one goes where. Fire and air need to be side by side. Does that mean adjacent? I guess so. Tessa's familiar corresponds to the element you would expect. Tessa's element corresponds to the element you would expect. Which element would we expect? Interesting. Okay, let's think about that for a little bit. Marcus's familiar is west and does not correspond to air. Okay, so Marcus is west. We now know that. Marcus is west and is not air. Okay. Henrietta had a lot in common with Sarah, and her familiar is north. So this is Henrietta. If she had a lot in common with Sarah, that might mean that she's earth. Hurley, meanwhile, had more in common with Millie and is opposite earth. So that would mean Pearly is here, opposite earth, and has more in common with Millie. Millie was the one that got burned. She was fire. So that means Pearly is fire. Okay, earth, fire, not air. That means this one's got to be air. This one's got to be water. There's only the 4 elements. And that means our last person is here, which is Tess. Not sure why we expect her to be air, but that's the only one left. Earth, air, fire, and water. And let's just see if that is consistent with this part. Fire and air need to be side by side. Fire and air side by side. Okay, so here we are. And then their familiars are the centipede for Henrietta, the wasp for Tess, frogs for Marcus, and Pearly first letter of each element and animal familiar in order. What's her animal familiar? Or am I misunderstanding the idea of of these insects being their animal familiars? because Marcus had the cat with Sarah. You know, I'm a little confused about that. Use the first letter of each element and animal familiar in order. Let's read what this says. Maybe this is maybe this gives us something. In order to find your suspects, you try to call them. Hello, detective, Ash says, speaking loudly into the phone in order to be heard. I know Pearlie got away from you. Hastings responds. It doesn't matter. I can see Tess over at the spell booth. It's almost like she wants to be seen. Regardless of the reason for her carelessness, I will have her back where she belongs, with me. Then once I catch up to her, I will leave and you won't have to see me again. Tess, wait. Hastings activates the speaker on his phone again and listens as Ash chases his stepdaughter. He hears the thud of floorboards, the giggle of two lovers secluded away from prying eyes, the clink of whiskey glasses, the ding of wine bottles banging against each other, and then a woman advertising wolfsbane for the price of one. Two for the price of one. I don't know what this is all about. I don't really understand this. Well, the problem is the dog and the cat belong to the people who died, right? The cat was Sarah's and the dog was Millie's. So I'm a little. Use the first letter of each element and animal familiar in order that correspond to north, east, south, and west. Huh. The witches position their animal familiars they brought. And here they say what they brought. He told me to bring frog. Huh. Strange. And then we have this map of the place. All right, so there's cages. Hookah bar, spell ingredients booth. This is weird. This is interesting because it does seem like now this is a part of a clue. He says, I can see Tess over at the spell booth. So he sees Tess over at the spell booth. She wants to be seen. Hastings activates the speaker. Ash chases his stepdaughter. He hears the thud of floorboards, the giggle of two lovers secluded away from prying eyes. That's the private booth. The clink of whiskey glasses. That's the bar. Is this gonna draw a symbol. Look, he sees her. He goes to the spell ingredients, the private booth, the whiskey glasses, the ding of wine bottles, and then a woman advertising wolfsbane, 2 for 1. Two for the price of one. So spell ingredients to private booth to bar to wolfsbane. Feels like it's some sort of. And where is the wolfsbane woman? That would be back at the spell ingredients booth. All right, the channel says is trying to catch my attention, but I'm turning it off because if you've got an answer, I don't want it. If you've got some other question or mistake, alert me again. But if you've got an answer, it's too soon for me to read it. Okay, this definitely seems like something that is important. That it seems like it's this pattern. Is that a symbol? Hmm. This is clearly this. We've listened to him. He's gone from the spell ingredients to the private booth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For what it's worth. What symbol does Tess force Ash to make, and what animal does the coven use? So this seems like the symbol she forces them to make. She forces Ash to make this symbol. Unless I've got this last part or part of this wrong. Does one of these correspond to one of these symbols? Let's do this again, because I think, okay, I do think at least this might be later. This is the puzzle we're supposed to answer first, maybe. And the answer to this is this. Okay. I'm clearing the chat comment. You trigger it again if you really want me to look at it now and I'm not being told the answer. Let's see though. He says, I can see Tess over at the spell booth. All right, the channel is being insistent that I look over at the chat. Okay, you keep calling my attention, and then I looked over there, and it looks like you're giving me an answer. I don't want that. Okay. Hastings activates the speaker. Ash chases his stepdaughter. He hears... I can see Tess over at the spell booth. And the question we're being asked is, what symbol does Tess force Ash to make? Okay. Okay. You're telling me you're not finding an answer, but I'm looking there and you are giving me an answer to something. Not this, but something else. All right, let me just work on this. I can see Tessa over at the spell booth. We see spell ingredients booth. That must be the spell booth because I don't see any other spell booth. He sees her over at the spell booth. Chases his stepdaughter. The thud of floorboards. I guess that's maybe that's the wooden stage. Let's see if we can do this a little bit better. I know that the chat is trying to help, but I really don't. I don't want answers to things that I'm not working on yet. Okay, let's just put this in here so we can work on it this way. Okay. She's in the spell booth, which I guess is here. Spell ingredients. Then it says, he hears the thud of floorboards, which must mean the wooden stage. The giggle of two lovers secluded from prying eyes. That sounds like the private booth. 3. The clink of whiskey glasses. That's gotta be the regular bar. 4. The ding of wine bottles. That's 5. You can see what this is now. And then she goes back to Wolfsbane at the spell. 6. Okay. So sure enough, she's had him trace out a pentagram on the floor. Okay, so that is the answer. The first answer to that is pentagram. Pentagram is the symbol she's had him trace out. Now, the actual full question, though, is what symbol does she force Ash to make, and what animal does the coven use? Okay, so now we need to figure out the animal that the coven uses that the chat seemed to be screaming at me that they wanted me to know. Now, let me work on that, and then we'll see if we need help. All right, Tess is running this coven. Let's see what we know about her. We have something for now. Each of us brought one ingredient, so we haven't been asked about the ingredients yet. No mention of an animal that's been brought. Okay. Let's see what the detective says. Pearly Mitchell is surprised to see everyone has shown up. Okay, I'm just going to clear the chat. That's trying to get my attention. What symbol and what animal does the coven use? What animal does the coven use? Let's take a look. Okay, witches are known for their familiars. Pearlie, in fact, has a snake named Briar. It's every bit as demonic as the dog and the cat. So, Pearlie, then, is the one person who has the snake familiar. That is the real familiar here of Pearlie, which is, I think, what the channel was trying to tell me. But does that mean these are the familiars? The frog for Marcus, the centipede for Henrietta, the wasp for Tess. But this isn't Pearlie's coven, so what animal does the coven use? That's a very weird. That's a very weird two puzzles here. One says, what animal does the coven use? And the other one says the first letter of each element and animal familiar. These seem to be in contradiction, and it's not clear which one we're supposed to do first. But this one says there's one animal that the coven uses, and this one says first letter of each element and animal familiar in order, which we might have the answer to, although these don't seem like they're animal familiars. But I'm going to try to answer this. Boy, the chat is really freaking out on me, just screaming, triggering alerts like crazy, but I don't know why that is. I don't know why it feels like I'm not being, I'm dealing with insubordination or something. Okay, let me try this and see what happens. I don't have high confidence in this, but I want to, but actually, yeah, okay. Let me try to see what happens if we scan this. I mean, I'm sure the chat must be very frustrated that I'm not paying attention to it, but there seems to be a little bit of a breakdown here in terms of, okay, the first letter of each element and familiar in order. North, south, east, northeast, south, and west. These instructions are a little ambiguous here, but let's see what happens here since these are animals. So north is Henrietta. Oh no, sorry. North, Henrietta is earth, and her familiar is a centipede? Doesn't seem right. East is air and a wasp. South is fire and a snake. West is water and frogs. This does not seem right. But if this is wrong, it feels like maybe we're meant to... Let me try this. Well, I guess that was right. Okay, that was right. Once the familiars are all positioned at the proper points on the compass, and each of the elements is assigned to its rightful place, the witches chant louder and move in a counterclockwise direction. Many of the club patrons see what's happening and make room as each member of the coven extends their arms skyward in time to the music that pulses around them and calls on an unseen presence to do their bidding. What happens next is something both you and Hastings will think about and try to make sense of for many years to come. From at least a dozen different places within the bowels of the club come rats by the dozens. At first, many of them are shy and hesitant to move amongst the people. Then, gradually, their bravery grows and they spill out of the walls and head for the spell booth where Edgar Ashe has stopped. He scans the crowd, looking for Tess, not realizing that she gave him the slip several minutes ago and joined her fellow witches in the circle. Then he sees the rats headed his way and screams, "No, don't come any closer to me, no!" But the rats don't obey him. Instead, they continue straight for him. Hastings will swear later he smelled something strange over by the spell booth that must have been placed there to draw the rats out. You, however, never notice a smell of any kind. All right, so now I guess it's time for us to be able to answer this question, because we saw the symbol they traced out was a pentagram, and now the animal that the coven uses, now we know, is rats or rat. Okay, so now before I answer this, let me check in with the chat and let's see what's been going on for the last half hour that people have been going crazy about, and we'll see what lesson we want to take from this. Okay. Last letters for Pearly, snakes. Check Jesse. The last letters for Pearly list spell snakes. Okay, so you were saying, the chat was trying to say that if you look at Pearly's list, that you would see that this list at the very end, S-N-A-K-E-S, spells snakes. But I didn't want you to give me that answer. I wanted to try to figure it out. I mean, well done that you spotted it. Although you could see from her letter, she also told us that her animal familiar was a snake. So you could have gotten it two ways, either here or from the letter, which is where I got it. But the chat really wanted me to hear that answer, but I did not want that answer. I wanted to try to figure it out. Now let's continue here. Jesse, it's snakes. Jesse, Pearly's card. It's snakes. It's not an answer. Here's an answer. It was something we already worked on and missed. Okay, well, I see how you thought that I had missed that and was past it, but I really wasn't. I wanted to try to figure that out. Marlene says it's 20-1, Jesse. You need the alert colors. Okay, then as I was solving pentagram, Marlene was saying pentagram. It answers the other card with compass positions and familiars. Not a puzzle to solve. You're being hard-headed. I don't think he wants that answer yet. It will solve the remaining card. Rob has figured it out that I didn't want that answer, even though I see how you were trying to give me a different answer, not to the puzzle I was working on. but we were going to get to it, and I did get to it. I just didn't want it ahead of time. Is the animal of the coven a raven as the symbol for the pub? The question is whether solving the animals will give us the answer to the other puzzle. We will learn the coven animal after we answer the compass one. Rob figured that out. Logan was yelling at me again for missing Pearl's card. Okay. All right. So we did all come down at the right answer, although I got it from the letter, not from noticing snakes here. It's pretty cool that you guys figured out snakes here. I mean, I guess you figured out that there must have been something here, but I got it a different way. Credit to the designers for having two ways to get it. But let's not worry about that now. Let's answer this and give us the finale of the game here. All right. So here we go. What symbol does Tess force Ash to make, and what animal does the coven use? Okay, so we've got pentagram. Oops. Pentagram and rat. A pentagram rat. All right, here we go. Edgar Ashe never once stopped to think that by following Tess around the club, he might have been playing right into her hands. Tess's route took her through Noctum in a way that formed a pentagram pattern on the floor of the club. Once paired with the other part of the spell she and the other three were performing, all of the ingredients were there to summon the rats. Hastings and I came up with some other possibilities that would explain what happened and how we came to find Edgar Ashe curled up in the fetal position in a dark corner of the club, covered in rats. However, none of them held the same weight as the explanation that blamed the spell for capturing a man who had murdered 3 women and would have likely murdered more if we hadn't caught him. Strangely enough, the rats disappeared back into the walls once we had Edgar Ashe in handcuffs. They didn't kill him? You may now open the solution. All right. Where is our solution? All right, here we go. I guess we're going to read the solution and then we'll take a break and discuss the game. And you can discuss how frustrated you were watching me not take answers from the chat if you like. Let us read the solution here. I'm not sure what we need a solution. I feel like we got a proper ending here. Solution: you have successfully completed Witch Hunt. With Edgar Ashe in handcuffs and safely tucked away in the back seat of Detective Hastings' squad car, the two of you have a chance to discuss what happened and what you saw, or think you saw. Is it possible that the witches actually came together to perform a spell that aided in the capture of the man who wanted to be known as Witchfinder? As a person of faith, you don't dismiss what you saw easily, but you also have never seen anything quite like it either. Upon closer investigation, it's revealed that there were pest control services on site at the time of the incident. You can't verify whether or not they were doing anything that might have agitated the rat population, or if they were simply there spraying for bugs. The part of you that enjoys sleeping at night wants to assume that the pest control guy dropped a few foggers into the walls, and that's what drove the rats out at such a coincidental time. But deep in your gut, you feel like there could be an alternate explanation. Hastings, however, doesn't care about the specifics. All he cares about is the case is closed. We did it, he says, offering his hand in triumph. We caught the bad guy, saved some lives, and are able to put a pin in this one. Our work here is done. I wouldn't be surprised if the chief decides to move forward with opening that new branch of the department that's dedicated to the weird and offbeat. Would you be open to investigating more cases like this? With me, of course, Hastings says as he reaches for the door of his cruiser. As he does so, the sleeve of his coat rides up enough to show a tattoo on his wrist, depicting the outline of a pyramid with a line through it. Air, you say, more than a little surprised. Are you a practitioner? I'm good at playing dumb, Hastings says in response. That's why you jumped on this case, you say, putting the pieces together. Calm down, Hastings says. It was assigned to me. But you knew a lot more than you let on, you say. You didn't need me for this case. Hastings smiles at you and pats you on the shoulder. Well, let's just say this was a bit of an evaluation to see how you'd perform. I needed to let you do all of the heavy lifting. You passed with flying colors. What else do you know that you haven't told me, you ask? Well, the moment we obtained his name after finding out his first name over at Good Books, now it was easy to get a search warrant for his clinic. Based on what investigators found while we were tracking Ash down, we've confirmed that our Witchfinder friend is severely addicted to ketamine, as we suspected. This fits with his behavior. He's experienced severe paranoia and hallucinations. He's taken great risks because of his distorted perception of time, space, and reality. And, of course, all of that is manifested itself in this grand delusion where the world is filled with witches and that he's, as the Witchfinder, must eradicate. As luck would have it, there really are a bunch of witches running around Valley Falls, but they weren't out to get anyone. Or at least not until Ash started targeting them. Then they went on the offensive. Incidentally, Ash's wife died by drowning. Based on what we've learned now, we're pretty sure she was his first victim and the recipient of his first witch test. If you're able to float in a pool of water, well, then that's proof you're a witch. And if you can't float, well, you're innocent. Either way meant death during many of the witch trials in Europe, you say. If you can't float, then you drown. If you can, then you're burned at the stake. My guess is Ash's wife could swim. Hastings nodded. Her body was found near their swimming pool. My theory is that in one of his ketamine-induced hallucinatory states, he saw her swimming, which proved to him that she was a witch. Enraged, he struck her in the head with a landscaping stone or something of the sort. At the time, investigators thought she had slipped and hit her head on the concrete. It was originally ruled an accident, but Tess is even convinced Ash killed her mother. She told us as much at Noctum. It all makes sense when you think about it. You mull everything over for a moment. It makes sense, and obviously he became obsessed with ridding Valley Falls of witches because the two women in his home were practitioners. Then, when he killed Tess's mother, he knew the other witches would be out to get him and to help Tess escape from his twisted group, which meant he needed to strike first. Help Tess escape from his twisted grasp, which meant he needed to strike first. Hastings nods. Yeah, and so the Witchfinder persona was born, or reborn, as the case was here. I think we wrapped this up nicely, don't you? You smile and extend your hand. Hastings takes it and shakes firmly. Call me with the next weird one and we'll see how it goes. I think we might have a good thing going here. All right, Padre, you got it. Until next time, or the next full moon, whichever comes first. Case closed. All right, so That was Witch Hunt. We're going to take an 8-minute break here, and we'll come back and we'll discuss the case. I want to hear what you thought. I'll give you my thoughts, and maybe we'll informally rank it with the other 25 or so Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes we've played previously. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back to talk about Deadbolt Mystery Society Witch Hunt, which we have just finished playing. Took us about 4 hours. I am curious what the group thought of it, and I am happy to share my thoughts, but let's check with the chat and see what the group thinks here. Nelson says, this was my first Deadbolt scenario. I can't really compare it. I liked it. The puzzly nature is different without being too difficult, at least playing with this team. I found it interesting murder was not on the original list of suspects. Story was just okay, with some nice touches as it tries to leave a doubt about whether there was real witchery involved. Joseph Mayu says, thought this box was all right. Story was fun. Puzzles were mid. Blackout is still my favorite. Rob says, even for this type of game, the puzzles felt artificially connected to the story. Not a game I would enjoy myself. It was fun to join a longer session for the European time zone. Marlene says, I liked it. It would have been hard to solve without a large group doing research. Okay, well, it's interesting to hear the chat sort of have a middling opinion about this box. I really liked this box. To me, this is exactly why I like Deadbolt Mystery Society. We've got a good amount of narrative throughout. Each act had a whole new set of interviews with people and a whole set of narrative. The elements of this game, the art and stuff was beautiful. I mean, we got these letters from each of the women that were involved in the witchcraft, these beautiful postcards. And so the combination of some of this beautiful stuff, the notes from the killer, there's always real focus on the killer to make the killer a compelling character. A little bit of madness, a little bit of adult grisly actual murders and killings. It's not cartoonish. It's not family friendly. The online unlocks and stuff were all good. I like the story. It is compelling. I like not knowing whether the witches were evil and whether this guy was evil and what motivated him. I love the pacing of the different acts. And for me, the puzzles here were great. I feel like this is sort of this is Deadbolt Mystery Society firing on all cylinders for me in terms of these puzzles. And there were a bunch of them here that made more than normal, more than Deadbolt usually does. Multiple pieces connect for one puzzle. In fact, this was a case where in Act 2, we needed to use some stuff from Act 1. There were several times where we weren't sure what order to pursue a puzzle in, whether we had enough of it. We had 2 codes in this game. One was the runes and one was this. They were both, to me, quite interesting, quite multi-stepped and subtle. Like, this is subtle that the same symbol is used for multiple letters, so there's some ambiguity. And it got used in many different places. There were lots of different little puzzles. This puzzle had like 3 different pieces that had to be combined. You needed this, combined with this, combined with this, combined with the clocks. These all worked together for this one puzzle, which you then had to voice out. And this was hinted at by one of the interviews here. I mean, to me, that's exactly what I want. That was very enjoyable and little multi-part stuff. And then this little puzzle where we've got this talking about how he was chasing her and the sounds that were made and figuring out, okay, that meant they go here, they go here, they go here. This might have been nice to do as multimedia so that we could listen to those sounds rather than them being described to us. But when this all came together, that was really fun. To me, this is a sort of a home run of a Deadbolt Mystery Society box, and this is the just what I want. Scratches that itch for me on all these different elements. I would rank this right up there at the top for me. Like, this is a 9 for me. This just felt right to me. Okay, now let's hear from Staci, who played this case, sent it to me for us to play, but did not love it. Derek wants to know what's the next one we play. Okay. Joji says, I also like the story. I did not like the use of the Norse runes. It was a bit different. Oh, I did like the use of the Norse runes. Fun for me being from Sweden. Staci says, I did not like this one. I felt the story was not so interesting. I didn't care about it. I thought the puzzles were meh. Okay. I'm still a fan, though, says Staci. A couple of things should be said regarding where this fits in with Deadbolt Mystery Society. They are definitely getting their footing with their new custom websites. We've played a couple of the more recent games that had like busy work on the website that had no purpose. This one was really clean. You go to the website to enter the answer, and then it opens up a PDF for you. Clean. The move away from the encrypted PDFs are welcome. The websites all worked easily, well, smoothly, nothing extra that wasn't needed. To me, very well done. I'm tempted to resubscribe to Deadbolt Mystery Society game now that their newer boxes are a little bit of a more smooth experience. I don't know what's not to love about this story. What's not to love about this story? A serial killer who's gone mad and thinks he's killing witches, who's descended from witch killers, and a witch's coven, which may or may not be real. They're not bad people. And the other thing that, one of the reasons why these Deadbolt games scratch the itch for me and really are, I really appreciate, you guys complain about the puzzles. I really like the puzzles in this box. But for me, one of the reasons why I love these games when they work, when they're firing on cylinders, and why I like this Deadbolt philosophy is it's not just puzzles, right? There's a lot of narrative, but there's also deductive and reading comprehension. Like, it's not just here's a abstract puzzle. There's also stuff to figure out while you're reading their discussions, and like the name of the person, and figuring out that, okay, it's because they've all checked out this book. He's going down through the list. There are things like that that I really appreciate, because it does mean makes you think about what's actually happening in the case. And the different characters, like this was sort of a buddy story about the cop and the priest, with a little twist at the end. I just think they know what they're doing. They keep proving it over and over again. Marlene liked the story too. Marlene and I were the two that loved the story. Joseph Mayu says, I would resubscribe. I want them to do that deal they had last year where subscription was heavily discounted for the year. If they do that, I will resubscribe. That's kind of where I am too. I'm waiting for the large discount to subscribe at a year at a time, because at $30 a box and then you add shipping, that's too expensive for me. But when they cut it in half and you start looking at $20 a box, then next time there's a big discount, I'll sign up to. Nelson likes more realistic murder histories, no supernatural. I can understand that. I can understand that. All right. Well, I had fun. I hope you enjoyed playing this unusual time slot here on a Saturday afternoon. Maybe we'll try to do some more of these occasionally. YouTube says we're down to 15 concurrent viewers and 15 likes. Do we need to invent a term for that? We need to invent a term. It's like we're calling the viewer likes crossover point. And it's when the number of viewers crosses over with the number of likes. It tends to happen at the end of the stream when the viewers start dropping and catch up to the likes. It's kind of a fun time. All right. Thank you for joining me. Now, reminder, tomorrow at 1 p.m. in 20 hours or so, hopefully we'll all get some sleep, we're going to meet up here again, and we're going to play a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan-made case called Witches in South Bend. Very different kind of game, not puzzles, but deduction and traveling around London. If you've not joined me for a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective gameplay, and you don't know what that game is, you're in for a treat. It's one of my favorite games ever made. I'll see you tomorrow for that. Thanks for joining.